Hello, this is Dimitri with UGears US, Ukidz LLC. Today we're going to do assembly of Windmill. It's one of the more complex models. It was fairly recently released, now it's about 4 months or so, 3 months ago. Haven't had a chance to get to it, and let's start it up. So this model should take about 15 hours to complete. It is one of the, as I said, it's one of the more complex ones. The information gives us that it's got 585 components. We'll see how it's going to go. Let's open it up and see what we have inside. Once again, the model is available on UGears.us. And most of the time we have it in stock. Let's see. So we got sealed package here. Let's see, we have some thick rubber bands, thin rubber bands in here, all same size. Sandpaper, candle wax, some threads, thicker and thinner ones, and some pieces of cloth here. In addition, I usually bring my own tools. They have some of the precision files. These sometimes easier to use than sandpaper, and also I do have an X-Acto knife just to cut some pieces out and cut the toothpicks. In this case, we don't have any toothpicks, so shouldn't be needed much, but some of the delicate parts I'd recommend to use the box cutter or X-Acto knife to get those out. So I'm gonna put the box to the side. All the boards are sealed. There's a manual in the back, so I'm gonna go ahead and open up the seal and get all the boards out. So it looks like we do have about 8 boards in here. 9. So 9 boards. It's more than I've seen before. On some other models, you can there's some insert on here that talks a little bit about the replacement parts too, I believe. Possibly. Well, in either case, I'm not gonna read it through. I'm gonna leave that task to you guys. Feel free to read it on your spare time or before you put in the model together. So as always, let's go through the instructions. First page, if you use the candle wax, do not burn it. You just need a solid wax. You don't need melted wax because it's going to get absorbed by wood. Some pointers that you have, if you see that gear with a toothpick, that means you need to apply wax. Exclamation mark, obviously you need to pay attention. This one means snap all the way through. Little fan with the arrows, check if the model is operational. Little gears with the arrows, make sure that the mechanism is operational. Here, this one, the fan is more like moving freely, so it's like if the parts spin easily in the assembly. This one is more that they're engaging. This points out that you need to use the sandpaper in some cases, and this is you need to cut or use the X-Acto knife to cut something off, either snap the toothpick or whatever is needed. Also, we do have a helping tool, H, which is located on board number 9. It's right on the top for me. It's right here. Well, if I'm looking at the board from the front, this is I usually call the front side is the one that is cleaner and smoother. So this, as you can see, the line's a little thicker, these ones a little thinner, so this would be my front face and this is the back, and I usually push parts from the back towards the front. That way it makes, if the fiber gets pulled off, it's going to get pulled off of the board rather than of the part. If you try to push it the other way, you're going to get a different effect. So in either case, I pulled out my helping tool. I'm going to put it aside. That was on board number 9. And I'm going to put it back. And we're going to go ahead and start with the instructions. We're on page number 4, and we're starting with board number 1. board number one. I'm gonna flip the boards up, put them on the side, and let's start it up. So we need part number one and part number two. They're at the top center right here. So number one, it says on luck, and number two is all the way to the right, it says luck. So we're gonna have that, and the words closer to you, we're gonna engage that through with the little openings, engage these two parts together. So luck's gonna be facing you, and unlock parallel to you, so you won't be able to see the word. Next, we part number three. We're in step number 2 of the instructions on page number 4. Part number 3 is also a little bit to the left of the center, vertical center line, and just need to remove the extra pieces. And that one with UGears facing you the correct way. There's a slot right at the about center of the piece. We're going into this about center slot of board number 1. Insert it in. And the next one is board number 4, which is right the only, or piece number 4, that's the only long piece that is left there. Remove it, and that one's gonna go, let's see, with UGears facing to the left. There's 2 slots, and then these gonna go, let's see, into this 2 slots on pieces number 2 and 3. So now we have that kind of little sub-assembly here. And let's see, we need 1 rubber band, and it's a thin one, so we take a thin rubber band and we loop it in 2. So now it's kind of like a double rubber band. Let's see, rotate the board so that UGears on part number 3 is closer to you, and we put the rubber band right around on this corner. So we put it around number 3 and around number 4, oh I'm sorry, 1, that says unlock. So put it on here, and then we bring it over, and we bring it over the other 2 pieces onto the opposite corner. Just like that. So you have, make sure they're on the other side of the tabs. So just like that. Now we're moving on to the page number 5, and let's see, we need 1 rubber band, and this is where I get the most of the questions. So I'm not really sure how to do it myself yet. I did get a couple of questions once or twice about how to do it. So let's see. So we have the words luck and UGears sign in that position, so they kind of in reverse mirror image. On the right hand side, we put the rubber band, let's see, around, kind of like loop it underneath, bring it over, and loop it through. And bring that to one side, kind of to tie it together here. And they take another rubber band, do the same thing. I'm trying to read into the instructions. Obviously I cannot zoom into it. And bring it into the other side to tie it on the other corner. So we need to have kind of like a straight little piece here. Now it does say cut off the extra pieces, so my assumption would be to make a loop in there. I'm not sure if it's gonna untie if I slamp those off. So I would, just in case, I probably make a tie in there, just to make sure that it doesn't come off. And I'm gonna cut the rubber band right above that little nut that I created. I don't think the knot is needed, but just in case, to make sure the rubber bands don't untie, I'll put it in there. And snap it off. So now we're done with step number 3. Not too bad. Put the rubber bands on the side. Now put that sub-assembly too on the side. Now we need board number 1. Part number, that's the step 1 on the right here of the page number 5. We need parts number 6, 3 of them, and part number 5. So part number 5 is a little below the center and a little bit to the left, and then parts number 6 are all the way at the top, almost to the center here. So we need all 3 of them, and then we use candle wax provided with the box. If not there, you can just use a regular candle wax. I use tea candle, and I'm probably going to use that if there's any gears. It's easier to dip into here than apply it with a stick. So just apply a little bit of candle wax on the sides of part number 6 on these little tabs. That will just make it easier to insert it into the board. And now there's an exclamation mark because there is a mark on part number 5, and we need to make sure that mark is facing you, not on the opposite side. So, and then you insert the part number 6 with the little tab, that long piece sticking out on the right hand side. So put it in, and all of them is going to go in the same way. And that sub-assembly is done. Now we need part number 7, which is also on board number 1. A little bit kind of like in the center to the left. So when I refer center, I mean the horizontal line, and then there's also center or vertical line. So usually if I just refer to the center, a little below, a little above, I'm referring to the horizontal line across the board. So here we also have a mark and a little cutout, like a circular cutout radius. So that radius facing to the left, and the mark facing on the sub-assembly there, which is completed, facing towards you. We just insert it over number 5. And it should go all the way in. So with those part number 6 sticking out, so the number 7 should be flat against part number 5. And we're moving on to page number 6. We're step number 1, we need 8, which is on board number 2. So piece number 8 is right at the center here. And that 8, there's also a mark, so that mark should match the side where the mark is on the handle. So we'll just go like that, and those little tabs on part number 6 go through the holes. And before we go do that, it does say to apply wax onto the surface. And then once again match the lines. Insert. Make sure all the parts are flat against each other. So there's little teeth gonna stick out from part number 8, just like that. We can rotate it so it'll match the handle. Now that portion, we bring out back the assembly that we have put together with the words unlock right here on the side and lock facing closer to you. We need to put a little bit of a wax on these little tabs that are sticking out, because it'll make it easier to insert it. And then we put a part number with that sub-assembly that we just created with the handle on the bottom. We'll put it over with the handle facing towards you. A little bit of a pressure to squeeze it down all the way in, and now we check that that handle moves right to left. That's our step number 4. As you see, the rubber bands are over it, so we're all good to go. Now we need to apply a little bit of a flip it upside down, and let's see, it shows that we need to split the rubber band. 2 is gonna go in the little slots on one side, and 2 is gonna go in the little slots on the other side. And then part number 9 goes over it. So part number 9 is on board number 2. That's that part inside here. And then inside of that part you have some additional components on here. So I would flip it upside down and go from the front to the back, just to make sure that the fiber is going to stay on the part that I'm pushing out. So we're going to put that aside because we're going to need the 20s and 21s. And just in case, there's mark on here that is from board number 2, so just so you know in the future. And we need to apply a little bit of a wax on these little tabs all around, because that's where it's gonna, that part number 9 is gonna go into. And we need to make sure that it's gonna go nice and smooth, and that candle wax is gonna reduce that friction a little bit. So there's no warnings or anything how it's supposed to go in. There's a little small tiny openings on here, so those openings that's where they're supposed to snap in. And I'm gonna do one at a time. And just push it all the way in, all around. So that's our, gonna create our nice little base here. All right, moving on to the page number 7. And now we need one of the thicker rubber bands, and we need to create a quarter size little pieces. So I'll do what I do. I'm gonna cut this in half as I'm laying it flat on the bottom, like kind of folded in half. Let's see, just to be on the sure side, I'm gonna lay it across my measuring table here. So I got 8, 10 squares here, so I can just cut it in half. And then cut those little pieces in half too. I have 4 little quarter pieces. And those sub-assembly to the side. We need part number 10. They're all on the bottom of board number 1. And first thing we do is squeeze it a little bit on the bottom here on the teeth, and then you insert one of these little rubber bands into there. One goes in fine, 2, kind of like opens up a little bit like scissors. Inserting it a little bit from the side. And then you use the second one. Same thing, squeeze and insert the second part, number 10. Make sure the rubber band is all the way down, and these two parts kind of stick together. I'm gonna line the rubber band a little bit. Like this, and we repeat it 4 times with 4 of these little teeth. The second one comes out a little bit easier, so the same thing, because we learned on the first one. Let me continue with the second one, so I'm going to redo the first one just to make it cleaner. Squeeze, I'm squeezing in the rubber band a little bit as I'm inserting it. 2. And I've got 2 more left. And hopefully I'm still recording. I'm still recording. Push it in. And 1 more. Now take the large sub-assembly, and then we need to insert, as step number 5, we need to insert those little pieces into the little openings here. So all 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the next step is number 6. We're pull the rubber band and make sure parts stay in there. Kind of turn it inside out and bring it over. So create a bumper for us. So once again, turn it inside out and bring it over onto the other side. Into the slot that is on little on the board there. Excuse me. Just like that, and one more little piece. And we're done. So our little sub-assembly A1 is ready. So that's create a little bit of a bumper, so nice and soft feet. Moving on to page number 8. Page number 8, we need part number 26 and 25 for the step 1. 25 is on board number 6. And it's right at the center. One. Then we need part number 26, which is on board number 8. And they are on 26. Let's see. They're right at the center here, a little below the horizontal center line, so we need one of them for now. And then you have a little opening here, and that opening is gonna go, we're gonna take part number 25 with one of the teeth facing towards you, and on the left in about 9 o'clock position, or 9 o'clock position, we're gonna insert with these little opening part number 26. So it goes, one end is into the hole and the other one is outside, and then we're gonna rotate it with a longer piece towards the center. As we're rotating it, we're making it horizontal to that wheel, and we push it in, just like that. And we need to do it 3 times, as shown on step number 4, and they need to be about 120 degrees apart. So we need 2 more of number 26. Or, sorry, I inserted the wrong one. I used number 29, so I'm gonna take it out. Kinda didn't look, it does look very similar to part number 26. I'm gonna put it back on the board. And I'm gonna use part number 26 this time. Thanks for pointing it out. I heard you guys. So one more time, part number 26. The wheel, one of the teeth towards you. Insert with the little teeth down into the slot. Rotate it towards the center and move it in. Now we need 2 more, same scenario at about 120 degrees. And you can see on the picture how where the location is supposed to be in order for you to accomplish that angle. We're done. Now we need part number 27, which is on the same board, number 8, bottom right here. And we need 6 of those. And those gonna go into every other opening from the parts that we did, with the little tab facing left. I'm gonna put it in, Same thing, rotate it, and the tab is gonna stay at top now, and move it into the center. So just like that. Every other opening. Alright, and we're done. That's step number 6, and now we need parts number 17, and now those 17 are on board number 5. Right around the circle here, top of the board, there's 2 extras on the side, and we need 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to put the board on the side. Now we need to sand the outside of those number 17th. There's connection points in there, so you want to get rid of these connection points to make them nice and smooth. The rest of the part should be smooth already from the cut. So 4 of these, and then we need to put a little bit of wax on it. So just use the little candlestick and rub it all around that cylinder on the outside. And we need to rub a little bit of candle wax on these little tabs that we just put in. That's our step number 7. And that's, once again, it's just to reduce the friction when you're trying to insert another part in there. And now this number 17s, they're gonna go over the little 3 little pieces there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now part number 28, which is on board number 7. We're all over the place here, but they're always looking for the empty spots. So 28, there's one right in the center, and that one's gonna go over, and these holes gonna fit into little tabs that created by parts number 26 and 27. And then you insert it as far as it can go. And we got a nice little wheel here. And that's going to be our part number A2. Make sure that part number 28 goes as far down as possible. And we got a nice little gear here. I'm going to put it aside and make a second one because we need 2 of them. Once again, come back to part number 25 on board number 6. Bottom of the board now. Then we need our parts number 26, 3 of them. And then parts number 27, 6 of them. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 6. Once again, with the one of the teeth down. Put it down towards the center. 1, 2, 3, and then number 27 every other one. Or every other open hole. Now we need part number 27, 4 of them. Or I'm sorry, part number 17. Send it down, the connection points. And then apply the wax. All around. Once again, the wax needs to be solid. As you can see, I just rub it on. And those go over the little 3 pins that are sticking out from part number 26. You can only put them one way. And then apply a little wax to the tabs. And then we need part number 28, which is on board number 7, at the top right from the vertical center line here. And that one goes over onto these little tabs. And make sure all the parts are pushed in, so you can insert that little guy. And squeeze it in as far as it can go. And we have our second number A2. Moving on to page number 8, we take one of those A2s and we need part number 29, which are on board number 8. We need 3 of those. 1, 2, 3. And the similar sequence, so with the long tab away from you, we insert it into the, let's see, I have a teeth facing down. Let's see, that's from the bottom, right? So we have the tooth, we go from the bottom, we have one of the teeth facing down, and we inserted the one to the left, the opening to the left of it. So insert it, push it, kind of twist it and push it towards the center. One, and then 120 degrees apart. So the second one's going to be about 1, 2, 3, 2. You skip 2 on the third one. Same thing, insert, rotate, push in, and then skip 2, insert, rotate, push in. Now parts number 30, which is also on board number 8 to the right, and we need 6 of those. and they go into the empty holes. They're still there with the tab to the left, so when you insert it, it's going to be towards the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we need part number 17 again on board number 5. One, 2, 3, 4. 4 of those. Don't forget to send them down. I use a file to just send down the connection points so that it makes it smooth. It removes those burrs. And apply a little candle wax all around. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we put it over the other end of our little A2 subassembly. Now we put a little bit of wax on tabs. And we put part number 31, which is on board number 4. And the bottom. And that gets inserted over and into the little tabs. Okay, and push it all around first, make sure they go all in. If needed, you need to push one of the parts, the most likely part number 30, in a little bit, and as it goes all in, then you squeeze it to push it all the way down as far as it can go. That's going to create our part number A3. And we need to apply wax onto this little sticking out tabs. All around. And also on these little teeth that's shown on the picture. Just all around on the surface. Right, moving on to page number 10. That was completed our A3 part. And we take our other A2, second one, and we get parts number 33, which are on board 8. And 33 are on the bottom, a little bit above the bottom here at the center. So we need, let's see, 6 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And those 6, let's see, they need to go. Here's the exclamation point. So let's start with the first one. Once again, from the bottom, with a big thick tab to the outside, you inserted the part number 33, rotate it up and push it towards the center. And we need to do it 2 together, then skip 1, 2 together, skip 1. Doesn't matter which. 2 together, we skip 1 whole. 2 together, skip 1, 2 together. Just like shown on the picture there with the exclamation point next to the step number 3. And then we need part number 32, which is also on board number 8, and they're on the bottom left here. So I'll push all 3 of them out. And they go into empty holes with the tab, that long tab towards the outside. Same thing, rotate it and push it towards the center. 1, 2, 3. And now we need parts number 17 from board number 5. And those also need to be sanded down and waxed. So waxed all around. We need to wax little tabs that are made by parts 33 and 32. Kind of similar as on the previous. So I'm holding the part a little bit when I'm applying the wax just to make sure I'm not pulling it out. So number 17, so go over that little 3 pins that are sticking out. One, 2, 3. And then moving on to page number 11, we need part number 34, which is on board number 4. And that's at the top, that nice little center wheel. And that goes over onto the little tabs. Kind of like with the other one, I'm gonna push it all around first. Make sure it fits on the tabs. And then squeeze it to push it all the way in. Make sure it sits nice and tight, and now you need to apply wax onto the gears all around. Alrighty, push the candle wax because you might need. I mean, I'm using up a lot, but as I said, I can use the tea candle, which I have plenty of. And then we need to apply the candle wax on these little teeth of the previous sub-assembly A2. Get rid of all the extra candle wax. We might be able to use it. We're gonna push it inside, and we're done with A4. So A4 is gonna set it aside now. Now we need to go on to boards number 4 and 5. Get parts number 23 and 24. So let's see, 24 are on the corners of board number 5 and 4. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll pull, let's see, we need 8. I will do 8 for now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're on board number 4, and then I need, if it's 8, so I need 16 of the little 23 pieces which are in the center right here on that circle. So I'm going to push the circle out from the back, put the board aside, and I'm going to push these 23s out. So as you see, I'm breaking off the board a little bit. Which the board itself doesn't matter much to us. We can use the helping tool, kind of like to help you push the parts out. One, two, three, 4. 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and the last one, 16. Now we need to apply wax to all 4 sides. So I'm going to use my candle wax, tea candle wax. I'm going to applying a little bit onto my fingers and kind of using my finger to rub it on part number 23. A lot of parts that you need to apply the wax to, but it's crucial that it's there because it will reduce the friction and make your windmill operate much smoother. and this is looks like it's a part of the chain, so you definitely want the chain to move freely. Now as we apply the wax to all these parts, need part number 24, so we'll insert a pair of these into the little slots. Of each of the 24s that we pulled out. For now, all 8 of them. Now we need also parts number 25, and 25 can be found also on board number 4. It's right there, right at the center. And it's the way it's shown, it's going to be hard to apply the wax on there, but we'll do our best. That's the wax needed to make sure that the part is fully seated. Alright, so we're done with these little sub-assemblies. And now parts number 25 are right here. So we'll need all 16 of them. Just gonna get the board out, and then I'll take all the other 24s from board number 5, 8 more. Also in the corners. And let's see. Put the 24s on the side for now. Need 8 of number 25. And what I'll do, I'll apply the wax at 24s right here. Hopefully it's going to be enough to push the part through. Now we take the 25, push it in, and then we use our helping tool to press it in. All the way in to lock number 23's in place. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 'They just go by itself. 6, 7, 8. So our step number 2 is complete. And now we need to connect these with more 24s. All around. Make sure the slot's towards the center. And now we need to lock him up with part number 25, just like we did the previous pieces. Apply a little bit of wax. And there's a little bit of pressure sometimes that you need to apply. And two more. And our chain is almost ready, so the only thing we need to do is to apply a little bit of a sandpaper on these teeth, because there's a connection point on them. So I'm doing my little file. You don't need to put too much sanding there, just pretty much just a touch. And go around. Alright, been here, and then we need to apply the wax onto these teeth and just kind of like apply it all around. And I'm almost done with my wax, so I'm gonna have to switch over to my little candle, tea candle that I have. So I'm applying the wax all around onto the inner teeth. candle wax to the side, little pieces, so it's not on the way for me, and we're done with part number A5. Moving on to the page number 12. And here we need part number 15, 3 of them, and part number 16. Part number 15 is on board number 1. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 2, which is on the left for me, and part number 15 on the bottom right corner there. So we need start with 3 of them. And part number 16, which is going to be on board number 3. And the top is 19. 16 is going to be kind of like a little bit below the center line, and then we need to insert these 3 with the little hooks towards the top and put it into the little opening that we have on the number 16. Then we need one number 17. At board number 4 or 5, sorry. Send it. Apply wax a little bit to it on the outside. Apply wax to the gear. Then insert the number 17 all the way in to the number 16, and then we also wax a little bit of these little tabs on parts number 15, all 3 of them, and then we insert number 18, which is on board number 3, and 18 is on the left hand side below the center line here. Once again, it should only go with the longer ones, longer cutouts. That's where it goes. Match the longer ones. Okay, now wiggle it around, and then let's see. Squeeze those little tabs a little bit to get that part on top, and move it all the way in as far as it can go. Step number 4 or 5. That was 5. Moving to number 6, we need number 19, which is also on board number 3 at the top, and we need part number 20, which was a little circle that we pulled out. It says number 2 on here. We need 20 are the little small ones. 1, 2, 3. Need 3 of those. Send the connection points. And apply wax all around. Now these little guys go onto the 19. There's only one way they can go because they got rectangular cutouts. Push them all the way in though. Now we need 21s. It's on the same board, and here we need to also, I'm sorry, sand on the outside a little bit, the connection points, and apply wax to them. I'm going to use my tea candle. And those go over the part number 20 on all three of them. And step number 8, we need part number 22, which is also on board number 3, right above, like in the horizontal center, right above the horizontal center, right at the center of the vertical, almost. And that goes inside to lock these in place. There's a little marks. Let's match the marks on part number 19 with the part number 22. Make sure all these wheels move. And that goes over that assembly that we just created. I'm gonna sit right on top there. That's gonna create our A6, and we need to make a second one. So we need 3 number 15s again. Number 16, board number 3. So those parts are on the same boards as we just did before. A little bit of wax right away onto the 16. I just dip it into my candle. Should get enough of the wax on there. Wipe it a little bit with the fingers. Then we put number 15 in there with the thinner parts in. Then we need number 17 from board number 5. Sand it, a little bit of wax, push it from the bottom against number 16. Apply a little bit of wax on the tabs of number 15. Now we need number 18, which is also on board number 3. A little below the center line. And we might as well just remove the part number 19 from there. So 18 goes with these number 15 go into the larger openings. Wiggle it around, push it in, and then they have to go over these little tabs as far as they can go. Put it aside. Number 20s. Use a little helping tool to push those out. and 21s. So this little piece is not needed anymore. You can also push number 22 out while we edit, and then send number 20s the connection points and apply wax. '20s and 21s both. And apply wax on the outside of it. So number 20s go on to the number 19. Push them all the way in. And then 21 go right over those number 20s, and then we lock it down with number 22. Once again, match the little marks on there. And put it right at the center. That goes over the part subassembly that we just created. Make sure the wheels move, they move freely. And then it's gonna create our number 2 A6. Moving on to page number 13. And I'm gonna push aside all that extra wax that I have on here. And we're going to, let's see, we need page number 13, step 1. Need part number 14 on board number 3. And part number 14 would be right here, to the left of the vertical center line, just a little above the horizontal. Then we need from board number 2, we would need parts number 13, 11, and 12. They're right, the 2 top corners, left and right. Use my helping tool to get number 12 out. Let's see, send down number 11 on the outside. Put a little wax onto the outside of number 11. Now we need wax. I'd put a wax on the number 13, just dip it into the candle wax or apply the wax to the gears. It is a gear, it's probably going to engage somewhere, so I'd recommend a little bit of wax on there. Let's see, and then wax around the surface. So we'll need number 14 with the way I have it, which probably doesn't really matter much. Need to apply a little bit of wax on the board here, right around that rectangular hole. And then the first number 13, number 12 goes through the 11, and there's only one way they can go in. into the hole on a number 14. Make sure the gear sits on the number 11, and then it spins freely. And here in the step 2 does show to wax the gears, so I already did it. I don't have to do it again. And it's A7. I'm gonna put it aside. Now next one is steps 1 through 5 on the right hand side of the page, and we need part number 41 on board number 1, which is below the center, a little bit to the left here. First one, and then parts number 38, and part number 38 is going to be on board number 2. There's a horizontal vertical center line below the horizontal, halfway bottom to the bottom, through parts number 38. That's step number 2. We take number 41, put 38 sideways, rotate it towards that center cutout, and push it towards yourself. Same thing on the other side. Put it sideways, rotate it towards yourself, clockwise in my case, and push it in. Now step number 4, we need part number 42 located also on board number 2. Push one out. Oh, and we need to make 2 of these, so we need one more. '41 and 2 more 38s, which are also on board number 2. They're a little bit to the right, on the right hand side here. And same thing, we insert 38 sideways, rotate it towards that hole, and push it in into both holes. And insert number 42. Now let's see, step number 4, we take 142 with the so the little hole is offset on there, so the sharper acute angle on the left hand side, that's going to create our number A8, and push it in as far as it can go, so flat. That's going to be our A8, and then our A9, we need another part number 42, acute angle towards the left side. Push it in, and that's going to be our A9. Moving on to page number 14, step number 1, board number 2. We have part number 40. They're right at a little bit above the center line here. We need part number 38, 2 of them, and they're to the left and to the right of that part. Same story as with the previous subassembly, insert it sideways, rotate it towards that hole, push it in, insert, rotate, push it in. Number 43 on the bottom of that, and with the longer side facing to the left, we insert into these holes. All the way flush. going to be our B1. And now step number 1 on the bottom of the page, part number 39, right above where the 40 used to be. Then we need 2 38s. There, I have 2 on the left here. Same thing. And part number 43, now with the longer piece to the right. And once again, don't forget it has to be flush with the surface. And that's our B2. Moving on to page number 15. Oh, I have so many parts now. Now on page number 15, part number 35. And we'll take one from board number 5. Right at the center here, both centers. Now we need parts number 36, and all those 36 are on board number 6. Board number 6, there's a huge line of that 36, and we'll need to make 3 of them. So, or actually, we need 3 of those. Correct myself. I'm gonna use my helping tool to push those out. So on the outside, connection points. Insert them, actually put a little bit of a wax on the outside also. Oh, there's going to be a long assembly. And those go on to part number 35. And these little tabs. And then we need part number 37 on the bottom here. With the little tabs towards these little wheels that we just put in. Correct? No. Not towards the wheels, towards the little tiny holes on there, so you'll have 3 pinholes on each side. Just like that, make sure the wheels are removed. That's going to be our part B3. And we need 7 of them. So I'm going to push all the parts now out. We got 1 already, so we need 6 more. 1. I'm pushing parts number 35 out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm gonna push number 37 out. 1. They're all on the same board. 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1 on the top right here. 6, and then little number 36s. We need 6 times 6, 36, right? Oh, 6 times 3, sorry, 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I'm gonna put the board on the side and sand them all first. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And now we're going to apply the wax to all 18 of them. Sorry for being quiet. I got not much to say for now, but this is also a crucial part because we need to make sure the wax is everywhere. There's almost 600 components. It's no joke, so we need to make sure everything is nice, sanded and lubricated, because if something is not, there's going to be a lot of friction that might prevent from the assembly moving correctly or moving at all. So let's see, one last one, and let's see, start with the first one, 3 wheels. Part 37 to light them up. Make sure wheels move. Side. Got 4 down, 3 more to go. make sure all the wheels move and all the assemblies that we created. Alright, so we're 7B3s are done. Moving on to the bottom portion of the sub-assembly, we need part number 44, which is on board number 2. And that's going to be board number 3 for some reason. Board number 2. This part is from number 5. Board number 2, there's part number 44. It's a long piece here. That goes in our sub-assembly A7. This way. There's a little tab right here, so that's 44. There's a little angle, so that goes down, and that angle is going up against that opening, just like this. Now part number 45. 45 is going to be on the same board, a little bit to the right of that one that we just got out, and that 45 goes into the right below the first tab here. Just kind of, is there a mark? A mark? Just right below the tab. And let's see, number A6, sub-assembly. With the little gear down, it goes into that little hole right below it, and then we push that part number 45 down to get it all over that sub-assembly. And that 45, how far down does it go? Needs to sit need to sit right into that sub-assembly. Put it back, everything in. Let's see, just like that. And we're done with page number 15. So A6, that 45, that hole goes through the A6 sub-assembly, then you push it down and you get it into the slot, and then make sure if the 44 is sitting right there in the spot. So we're done with page number 15. Moving on to the page number 16. So we take sub-assembly, in step 1, sub-assembly B1, and that one's going to be let's see, with the short, which one's B1? Okay, so B1 is that little one, so with a smaller piece, and with that round circle with extension on the left hand side. So, and that one goes into the first cutout. The next one's going to be A8. That's with a large piece there, and let's see, with the cylindrical cutout and a little acute angle on the right. That's our A8, and that goes into the second level. And now we need part number 46, which is on board number 2. And let's see, 44, 46 right at the center here. Long piece, pop it out, and then with that a little extension down, that goes into the corresponding cutouts, same as on the other side. So kind of need to play around a little bit to get it in. Alright, and just like it in place. Alright. Now we got our step number 3 completed. Make sure all the parts are fully inserted. And we put it aside for now. Now we're assembling A4. This is step number 4. And with our chain links, they go into the little teeth. On that part. Now on the bottom it's A3, facing the same direction. Same thing with the chain links. Going in into the gears. Oop. Just like that. And those 2 pieces go in the sub-assembly that we just did. From, let's see, from this side where that the little extension is at. So we're just gonna lift it up. Oh. And we need to put 2 little bearings in there. That one didn't fit perfectly in, so we need to, let's see, remake it. Okay. Lift it up, and they're gonna go into these 2 holes. One and one on the bottom. Kind of extending a little bit the chain. Now we're complete step number 5. Moving on to page number 17. Step number 1, we need part number 44. It's on board number 2 on the right here. And that goes into the opening right here. Okay, now slide it in. Get it right in place. And then we need part number 45. 45 is also on board number 2. And this one with the hole facing outward, you insert it from inside into the right below that spot. Kind of similar as what we did in the previous version, in the previous parts. And now we need sub-assembly A6 with these little teeth facing up. Insert it into the round hole here. Make sure the gears also joined, and then we push that part number 45 down to get it that sub-assembly A6 through the hole there. Okay, and a similar situation as what we did on the opposite side. So that's done, and now we push that down as that was step number 5. Moving on to page number 18. And on this side we put these 2 little bearings also. 1 and 2. That's step number 1, and step number 2, we need a B2. Let's see, B1 was the other one. B2 with that half round facing towards you, and then that cylindrical hole needs to go into the lower gear, and then the other part into port number 44. And join it together. Then we need sub-assembly number A9 with cylindrical hole facing up and that cutout facing towards you. In a similar situation here, we'll insert it over the gear and snap it into the port number 44. That was number step 3 and 4. Now with the step number 5, we need part number 46, which is also on board number 2, to the right of the center line, vertical center line. And that one goes same as on the opposite side, so we need to insert it through the few gears. Alright, and after we install that, make sure all the parts are locked. all sides. Let's see if the gears rotate. Let's see, gonna move it a little bit just to make sure there is motion and that everything is, need to hold it a little bit, so make sure there is movement. Same thing on the bottom here to two of these gears, they should supposed to be rotating too. So we're done with that sub-assembly on page number 18. Put it aside. Now page number 19, step number 1, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 part number 50 and 47. They're all on board number 1. So 47 is nice little circle here, like a flower looking thing, and all the 50s are on the left here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 50s. Okay, and now let's see, we need to lubricate on inside of part number 47. That wax doesn't work for me anymore, so I'm going to use my candle wax. And then we need to put number 50s in there. Let's see. There are marks on part number 47. There's two marks, double mark, and where those double marks are at, that's where the number 50s go. So with that little tab towards the top, we're gonna insert them into those slots and push them towards inside. So everywhere where you see a little double slot. That's single, I skip that one. Double. Let's see, double. And double. Just like that. Now, step number 2, we need 3 parts number 51. I got them also on the same board, number 1. So I got 51, 1, 2, and then 1 on the right, 3. So those guys, they're gonna go into the ones that's with a single dash. So 1, 2, 3. And then step number 3, we need part number 49 also on the same board, and then we can throw, oh no, we can't. There's a couple more parts here. And number 49 goes without any dashes. Just like that. Now we need part number 48, which is also on the board number 1 on the bottom right here. Oh, and I wasn't supposed to insert them in for yet. So I need to push those back. And as I do that, they fall out. Well, I guess I can push them a little bit forward, but not all the way in. Insert number 48 inside there, but before I do that, I want to send out connections a little bit. And apply a little bit of a wax, although I did apply it on inside. I'm just going to do it here. Extra is not going to hurt. So, and as I put a number 48 inside here, I can lock those in place. unlocking now all these little parts that I just inserted. Make sure if they fall out that you match the sequence again. And that will hold the number 48 in place there. And then as we're finished with that, we need part number 52, which is on board number 4. On the bottom here, I have another part from board number 5 sitting here. It's okay. I'll put it aside. Now, part number 52. Never mind, I pushed part number 70 from board number 4. I'm gonna put it back in. And part number 52 is the one on top rather than the one on the bottom. So I take that out, put my board back in place, and then internal portion I don't need it, so I'm gonna push it out from front to back. Now this one, we do have exclamation point. Let's see, there's one with the little marks on here, so that little marks, they'll need to match the shortest tab that we have, which is without any dashes. So once you match that tab, everything else should fall right into where it's supposed to. Make sure you get the tabs into these holes. And then you can slowly, by going around, push them all in. As far as they can go, so meaning flush to the surface. All around, and we have now sub-assembly, and we need to put wax on inside of these teeth. So I'm gonna grab some wax from my tea candle, and I'm gonna go around all these teeth. Applying the wax. Need a little bit more candle. Unfortunately, with internal gears, you actually have to go through and apply by hand, or if you still have the stick left, you can use the stick to apply the wax there. Alright, there's a little bit overlap, that's okay. If you want, you can clean it up a little bit just so it looks nice and that's very sloppy. So I'm just cleaning up excess wax. wax, so it's not on the way. Alright, and then we're moving on to the page number 20, and that whole sub-assembly goes into the assembly with the gears and the chain. So once again, we do need a little bit of wax, and I'll put the wax right where it's pointing out. These little teeth on the longer part. And we turn this upside down. We need to make sure these fall kind of like right into place. And any directionality, let's see, just to make sure, I'm gonna rotate it, let's see, this way. I'm not sure how to explain it. So these larger gears facing towards you, and you take this base, it says number 1, and there's blank space next to it, so that opening is going to be kind of on the left side here, and I'm just going to repeat that sequence. I'm not sure if it's going to match much or matter much. And that needs to go all the way down to the 3rd step. Right. Let's see how far down it has to go. For the gears, for this gears to match. That's why we needed a little bit of wax on there, just to make sure it goes all the way down. Let's see one more time. Need to fit the gears, make sure they're not on the way. so it has to go all the way to the last teeth. So these gears would fall right into the spot. Let me see. Take it off. And make sure I squeeze these as tight as they can go. Alright, and one more try. In almost, but not quite. So I got my part number 48 popped out. And we'll need to reinstall it. Let me try that part by itself now, just to make sure that we do have enough tightness in there. Then we can squeeze the part onto. Alright, it goes on, but very, very tight. So I'm gonna remove it, so second time should be coming in much easier. I need to put it back into the sub-assembly here. Back in. All right, put these little parts back in. Had it on once. Now we should be able to put it on the second time. Let's see, one. Oh, that wouldn't matter because the internal portion is rotating. And now it's properly seated where it's supposed to be. So I tried that part 48 first by itself. Once I fit it in, second time it went right on. And now we need to lock it with number 53, and that 53 is on board 1. And bottom right, bottom left here. And then it locks over that full sub-assembly. Push it as far down as you can go. still have the movement in the gears, and this should go rotate around nice and smooth, just like this. And the gears should move. Alright. Done with step number 2. Step number 3, we'll take that base that we built earlier, and that one with the handle facing towards you, we need to put in the sub-assembly with the gears facing away from you. So these large gears facing away from you, and we're putting it in. Turn it upside down. Squeeze that part through the hole. Split the rubber bands there a little bit on the sides. Fit it as far down as it can go. And then we need to put part number 54, which is on board number 1, the last piece that is left on the left side there. That needs to go over, and make sure you match these little rectangles there as you put it on. Hard to grab onto. And we need to work it back and forth a little bit, kind of, to make sure that that piece goes down, and then at the same time you don't pull out the full sub-assembly. Let's see. Need a little more push. So I'm working that 54 in. By holding these larger and longer pieces by my fingers so I don't break off anything. Alright, so I pushed it down a little bit, and then we need part number 55, which can be found on board number 8. And that's these little tiny guys here, so I'm gonna use my tool. Get one of those out, which is kind of hard to get only one out, but we'll do our best. Gonna use my little, there you go. Put a little bit of oil wax on it to make sure it slides in very easy. Just to open up those little parts, and we're gonna squeeze it in. Using some flat piece of wood. Let's see, we don't need to squeeze too much of it in. Just to lock it in place, make sure that doesn't move. So, alright, our sub-assembly is ready. So if you move the handle to the left, it locks up. No. If you move it to the right, it should go freely. Left, doesn't lock up. Just make sure that everything is seated down. All right. Handle to the right moves. To the left. Should stop. All right, so we're on step number 5. We need 2 parts number 56, and both of those are on board number 4. Left and right. And let's see, those will go, there's 2 small and 2 large openings. And let's see which one's supposed to be. The small one should go on the bottom into the opening right here, and then the one goes on the top here, just like that, I guess. Is that right? Oh, they're supposed to go sideways. Okay, so we need to put a little bit of wax. Just trying to figure out how they're supposed to go. A little bit of wax on these little tabs. And we insert it sideways, the small one on the bottom. The large tab on the top. Squeeze it in to get them seated properly. Same thing on all 4 sides. Top, bottom. And then on the opposite side, we'll do the same thing, and those parts now are on board number 5. And also left and right in the middle. One goes on the left, one goes on the right. And we're done with step number 6. Moving on to the page number 21. We need part number 57 and 58. So they're all on board number 5. I'm gonna put that one aside right now. So part number 57, board number 5 is 58. Board number 6 is 57 on the bottom. So and we'll put 58 from board number 5. Remove internal parts. That's our 58 on the left. '57 on the bottom, so I'm gonna use the sandpaper, and we need to wax, not wax, sorry, sand the part, sand it on both parts, both sides, just to be sure. You don't need to sand much because the plywood's already pre-sanded, so I just want to make sure there's no burrs. And we use a little bit of wax to apply all around on that surface that you just waxed. Sanded, sorry. Now we're waxing it. Alright, and we go on part number 57 is on the bottom. And let's see, we open it up a little bit, and then 58 is right on the top of it, and it should fit the two pieces, just like that. And then when you fit it in, we need part number 60 and 61, and those are on board number 2. So 60, 61 are in the center here. So we need 160. And 161 on the bottom. And then 60 goes on the outside. Just add these together. Push it as far as it can go. And then 61 goes on the inside. That's what the cutouts are for, so it fits in perfectly. Now we need part number 59, which was on board number 6. Same thing, I'm gonna send it. And apply a little bit of wax. Looks like I'm gonna need to get another tea candle, as there's a lot of wax in this model. And then we also need parts number 60 and 61, which are on board number 2. And that goes on the bottom of the assembly. On the bottom of 57. And same thing, 60 is on the outside. And 61 is on the inside. To lock these two in place. Push it as far as it can go. Now we need to apply a little bit of a sandpaper on inside on 61. And a wax. Looks like on 61 only from the top. And then we need part number 62. Step number 5. 62 are on board number 3. '63 and '64, so I might as well just pull all 3 of them out. So 62 goes, it's the shortest one with the one tab where it says number 2, or sorry, 62 is the one with number 1. Number one, that with this one tab facing down, and then we find that sharp point. That's where we start, and you start on the bottom one, so one facing towards you, and then you just separate it a little bit and get a second level in, and then separate these a little bit and get the third level in. Now we take 63, which is number 2. We go about, what's a quarter, 1/5, 1/6 of the turn, and we insert it into the next set of tabs. Now we take 64, which is number 3. Once again, 3 is facing you, and we insert it into the next set of tabs. Moving on to page number 22. Need part number 65 there on board number 3 on the bottom. 65, 66, and 67. Number 4 facing you, so you insert it in this next one. Numbers 5 is part number 66. Same thing, number facing you. And then the last one, part number 67, number 6 facing you. And we have a nice little spiral tower here. And step number 4, and we take part number 68 from board number 4. We got one here, so it's got to distinguish like a big cutout here. So that cutout is supposed to match this little tab that is sticking out. And we need to put a little bit of wax on the tabs so we can stick it all the way down, sorry. And so again, just feed it through these little tabs. And push it as far down as you can possibly have it going. To flush the surfaces. Alright, got it all around, and then our next step is 69. 69 is on board number 2. Let's see, I had it falling out 2, and that one, there's a little a little design here, and that design should match right around what the little flap is at. So we put that 69 right over sub-assembly. Alright, push it as far as it can go. And then our next is part number 70. And part number 70, we also had it out already. That's on board number 4. Part number 70's got wording on it, so make sure it's the right way up, and then engine wind up. There's a word in 2 spots. So the one on the left and right. So the one you were looking at, the one at the right, with the arrow facing to the left, and an opening right here for the little flap, and that's where the flap's supposed to go. Make sure it matches. Then we're gonna turn it upside down and just push the part over the poles. And once again, we push it all the way down as far as it can go. And that little tab right into the opening. So part number 70 is also done. And then we bring our big sub-assembly up, and we should match the numbers 1, 2, 3, the ones that are on the little poles. So as we insert it over, we should get those matching. And we put those right in, squeeze them all together. Some of the pieces might come out, but make sure you just push them right back in. Everything should sit nice and tight. Alright, we're done with step number 7 on page 22. And next is page number 23. So we have our sub-assembly here. We're supposed to, when you put the lever to the right, it's supposed to go right around. All right. Okay, we're on page 23. We need step number 1, part number 82, which is on board number 8. Let's see, on board number 8, we got part number 82 is on the top here, right at the center. There's 3 of them, so we're gonna need 3 times that. So I'm gonna pull it out, all 3 right away, and then we need part number 83 times 3, so it's times 9. So part number 83 is right here, right at the little bit below the center, to the left of the vertical center line. And looks like we need 9 of these. 1, to just work it back and forth lightly, because those are delicate parts. You need to make sure they're not broken. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One is 83 is right here, a little bit below. So just because the parts are delicate, if they don't come out very easy, I suggest to use X-Acto knife just to pre-cut the connection points. But let's see, I would apply a little bit of a wax to this, to the gears prior to, although it says a little bit down in the step 8 to do that, but it's going to be already pre-assembled, so it's going to be a little bit harder to do. And alright, so number 83, we take it and put it in a hole with that extension facing away, and then we bring it back up so that tab is sticking out, and then push it in towards the center. And we do it every other hole. It doesn't look like it matters from which side of 83 it is, and we'll do it on all three gears that we just pushed out. Now I'm jumping a little bit ahead on this page. It says ×3 over here, so I'm gonna repeat the same steps for all 3 sub-assemblies. And now we're moving on to the step, that's step number 1, 2, 3 combined. Moving on to step number 4, we need part number 17, and that's on board number 5. Right at the center there's a piece, so we need 3 of those. And we need to send this connection points down on the outside of those number 17s, and put a little bit of a wax, because it's going to be inside an assembly, so something's going to be spinning around it. So just use a little bit of a wax and wax it all around. Make sure it's on all 3s, and we put it all over these little tabs, all 3 of them, and we push it down. Let's see, as far as it can go. Right. Now we need parts number 84, same thing, we need 9 of those, and parts number 84 are next to 83 on the left. So I'm going to use my help tool a little bit to push these guys out. So it's 8 of them, and number 9 is on the right here. Also on the same board, there is a section right here on the board number 8. It's additional parts, so you got numbers 87, 90, 17, some extras, 24, 84, 83. So in case if you break any of those parts, you can pull it off of that. Now we're back to our assembly, step number 5. We insert it from the opposite end, kind of similar way, so with a little extension tab towards the outside, then we kind of twist it and push it in. So it's opposite of what we did for the on the opposite side of what we did for 83, and we do 3 per assembly. Now we're kind of combining steps number 5, 6, and 7 all together, inserting these parts and pushing them towards the center. And now we need 3 more of number 17s. I lost one earlier, so I'm gonna dig it out from the floor. Although we do have extras, but just in case, if I'm gonna need it later, I'd rather not risk it. So we got 1, 2, and then on board number 5 there should be some on the outside of that circle, so there's plenty of them all around. 3. So same thing, just send down, although it doesn't say here, but I would do just in case, send down on the outside, and then put a little bit of a wax on those 2. On the outside surface of these number 17s. I'm not sure if they're going to be used inside the assembly or not, but as I said, just in case, to be on the safe side, so we don't have to come back and try to reapply it when it's already inside the assembly. So we're putting the same thing, number 17, just on the opposite side, and push it as far as it can go towards the center. Kind of snapping all these parts, or holding these parts together. Alright, moving on to page number 24. On page number 24, we need part number 85. Step 1, part number 85 is located on board number 3. And that's, let's see, that's number 85. That's kind of like in the center, below the horizontal center line, vertical center. So just push that part out with the 2 circular cutouts towards the bottom. We take the little sub-assembly, and with the longer portion, we insert it through 3 holes right here at the center. So it'll be like 1, 2, so from the back towards the front with the longer parts sticking out. And now we need part number 86, which is located on board number 5. And that's the where we're pulling out number 17s right now. It's right at the center, so let's pull the board out first. We don't need that piece anymore. And turn it around, and from the front towards the back once again, just to make sure that we don't damage the board, the part. We still have part number 109 in there. And we need to apply wax on all the parts, on inside and outside. Let's see if it's gonna be a little bit tough. I'm just pulling out the piece and kind of sticking into between the gears to get some wax onto them. On the outside, first, and then we're gonna move on to the inside. Kind of go all around, apply wax. It just will make it movement a little bit easier. Reduce the friction. Alright, I think I went all around. If not, excess stuff will spread on. And we put that board 86. We need to match these little V's or check marks with the V's on the gears. It doesn't matter which one, but you need to make sure that these gears with the V fall right into the spot. So let's see, there's a vertical one. They're not a little center, so I'm gonna do that one first. We need kind of to pull these parts a little bit out, just to make sure that we can insert, because you can't just bring it over. So we need to pull these out a little bit under the angle to get that 86 into the position. Let's see. V. Matching, V, matching, and here one more V. Alright, so now if you look at my sub-assembly, the V's on little gears that we just sub-assemblies that we just made with the 83s and the 84s, these V's match with the V's on that gear number 86. So that's the way it's supposed to be. Make sure all these little tiny gears, number 17s, are seated inside the grooves. And then we turn it upside down. And now we need parts number 87, and those are located on board number 7. So on board number 7, part number 87 right at the top to the left a little bit here. So we need all 3 of these. Alright, just make sure you clean off the gears, make sure there's no burrs, and then we dip them into the wax. To my candle wax, tea candle wax. And we put them over to lock the little sub-assemblies in place. Just make sure they don't fall out from the other side. Now we need 3 parts number 88, which are on board number 3. And they're a little to the left here, 2 of them at least. And then the third one is a top right next to the little plus sign that we have on the board. I'm going to use my helping tool to get this out. There you go. And now we need one more part number 17 on board from board number 5. Alright, so we get these, make sure they line up same way as all 3 of them are the same way, and 3 of them need to kind of like in a triangular shape. Let's see, and with the part that has a little tab, so if you look at the surface, there's like a little tiny tab on those. So make sure that all these three sides match that tab. And with the part where the tab is at, that's the side where you insert the number 17 through. So kind of have to put these in their positions, because there you go, and then that number 17 will sit against that tab. What I forgot to do is to sand that number 17 down a little bit and put a little bit of wax on it. That's step number 5. And then we insert that little sub-assembly. We insert from the back, from where this number 86 is at, through that hole. And the 17 sits right inside that hole. And we lock it up with part number 89, which is also on board number 7. Just a little bit below 87 right here. We need to, once again, more wax on the gears. And then, let's see, and then you insert it here and make sure you match all the gears. Up to number 17. So it's going to sit right like that on the sub-assembly. So now when we spin this, it should go nice and smooth all around. Except it's still falling out, so I try it probably a little bit later when this system is like locked up. Alright, so moving on to page number 25. Let's see, we need part number 90, and those are on board number 7 on right about center line here. 3 of them. And we need to put a little bit of wax on the gears. Alright. And then we put them over 89s, I think, or 88s. No, over 87. Let's see. Doesn't look like it matters which way. Just lock them up. They're going to be slightly offset. And let's see, once we do that, we need parts number 55. They're on board number 8 right here. So we need 4 of those. I'm gonna push all 5 out. I pulled one, there's 6 per pack, and I'm gonna put one on the side, hopefully not losing it. So I got a little box that I can stick it on and separate the other 3. Now it is recommended to apply a little bit of a wax on those, just to make them easier to insert into the little holes. So they go right where the triangular parts are at, and you gotta kind of put it under. Work them inside there. To separate, so I'm going to use my helping tool to push them in. So if it doesn't go perfectly fits in there, but it splits them apart, so the parts are not gonna go anywhere. So it kind of pushes it out. It's a triangular hole, so it's from one one corner into the, it'd be like more like a height of that. So it's I don't know if you can see it on here. I'm gonna try to bring it closer to the camera. So on one side it actually splits them apart and goes in between. So as long as you get it that way, and I'm using my helping tool to push it in because it's going to be hard to do it with your finger, and I push it flat with the surface. So now I'm not sure if you can see it here, but it goes right there, splits up, and I'm doing it for all three. Three on the outside and one on the inside, so as far as it can go. And then the third one is right in the middle. I'm gonna hold it with my fingers on the other side because that one kind of splits a little bit. And that helps for them not to come out. Alright, so that's step number 2, and then we're moving on to step number 3, where we need part number 91, which is located on board number 5. Center line a little bit above to the left, and then there's let's see, there's exclamation point. And I'm not sure what do they mean by that exclamation. So I guess it's just to differentiate, because there's part 95 which looks very similar, doesn't have the C, so that's just to differentiate between one and the other. And then we insert this from the longest side of that center piece. Just make sure your parts are in triangular shape. And that goes only to a specific point. Now we can check to make sure that part is freely moving and all the gears are operational. Alright, moving on to step number 4. Here we insert part number 92, which is on board number 7. And 92, it's a little bit above to the right of the horizontal center line. And then 92, with these little 2 holes, round holes facing up, we insert it from the back, and it goes with the sharp corners, sharp ends facing counterclockwise, goes over that triangular center. Just like that. And then we need parts number 93, which are also on board number 7. They're on the bottom left here, kind of like a little locking teeth. And those go right into those openings onto the number 92. Once we're done with that, step number 6 requires us to put part number 94, which is on also board Number 7, right at the center of horizontal center, that a little below the middle, and that goes over with the teeth. Let's see, same fashion, so the sharp actually facing clockwise, sharp points. So just make sure you follow the picture that is on page number 25 on the bottom there to see which way the teeth is supposed to face, and you put it over the sub-assembly that we just created. So when you try to rotate it, if you rotate it counterclockwise, it rotates fine, but if you try counterclockwise, those teeth might pull out and lock it up, so that's what you're looking for. Just like that, and then we are locking it up with part 95, which is on board number 5. That's similar to the one that looks similar to 91, except doesn't have the letter C or U, whichever way you look at it. So that piece goes right over the sub-assembly, locking that whole thing up. Right? And then that's page number 25. Moving on to the page number 26. In step 1, we put 3 number 17s. Once again, they're on board number 5. And we send these down. The connection points, and then we apply wax on them all around. And all 3 go over that assembly, and we need to put a wax on that gear that we just inserted. I'm not sure why. Didn't realize. I guess that we would have to. So I'm just gonna apply it really quick. Clean off the excess a little bit, and we put a B3 on one of the sub-assemblies that are still sitting here with the little bearings, cylindrical bearings or wheels. We put it over, right, just like that. So that completes our top portion of it. And then step number 3, we need from board number 7, a big piece, round piece right at the top, that's number 77. And that goes, all right, let's see, there's an arrow, so the arrow facing me a little bit to the left, actually straight down towards me, so there's 2 kind of like a rectangular, somewhat cutouts, larger ones. And that's where we take that sub-assembly, face with the longer portion, face yourself where the arrow points, and then there's like a little openings here on the side, and you inserted these openings right into onto that part number 77, and then we push it towards the back, okay, now getting onto the little tabs there, and we push it as far as it can go until it pushes against the back surface. There's like more cutouts on there, so against that surface, and we're supposed to, let's see, double check, make sure that everything spins here somewhat freely. And then we take number 96, which is on board number 3, right at the center, vertical center there. So we take that number 96, and then also we did circle or three round holes facing top. We're inserted in a similar fashion, one side first and then the other. Onto the part number 77, and as we've done that, we push it. Do we push it anywhere? Let's see. Yes, we're pushing it towards yourself until it locks against the surfaces here, just like that. And we're done with step number 6, so there's this little spacing in between. We're moving on to the page. Alright, we put it aside right now, page number 27, and 3 parts number 97, they're on board number 5. Right in the middle here, there's 1, 2, 3. Need number 17, which is on board number 5, on the same board. And we'll need, let's see, 2, 3, 4. So I'll take everything. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we need 3 more 97s because it's going to be times 2. So at the end, once again, I'm jumping a little bit ahead. 1, 2, 3. So there's 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, so it's 6 total. Now we need to send the longer part because there's a connection point on here. So I'm just going to use a sandpaper. It's just going to be easier because it's got a little bit of a shape on it. I'll actually send the full surface. And we send number 17s. And let's see. Alright, so these are sent down, and I would put wax on the number 17 on the outside. All 4 of them, just in case. And now we take the 97s with the longer, thicker portion here facing one direction. We insert number 17 from shorter side. Or I shouldn't say, kind of insert, assemble them together in a triangular shape. And part number 98, 2 of them, they're on board number 7. So 2 times 2, we need 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all at the top here. I put a little bit of wax on the gears. Considering these are gears, they're probably going to be engaging with something, so a little bit of a wax wouldn't hurt. And we insert those 98s from the other end towards the to mesh into these little holes there. So we'll do 2. Repeat it on a second sub-assembly. Now, in the next step, we need part number 99, which is on board number 5. There's 4 here. 2. And then 2 were at the center circle, which is pulled out somewhere. As we use the outside one already, so there's piece says number 5 on here. 2 more 99s. And same thing, we're sanding a little bit on the outside surface where there's connection points are at to make it smooth. You don't need to wax much, just give it a little couple movements back and forth just to get the surface nice and smooth. Those connection points are pretty small, so they're going to be removed with this grid pretty quickly. And now we take these sub-assemblies. We need to rotate these gears about, I think, 30 degrees or so. So the holes are in between, kind of like in that corner portion. And then we take it with the shorter side and push it in from all 3 sides, 3 corners. So now that cutout would match the cutout in between the gears, and they ends up as a nice little sub-assembly, and then we lock it up with the step number 6 with the number 17 at the end. Same thing we're doing on the other one, just rotate it about 30 degrees. Or is it 60? It's 120, so 60 degrees. And that's the reason why we needed to sand those down, so they slide nice and smooth without any interference. And then lock it up with the number 17 at the end. We already pre-waxed everything, so we're good to go. We got 2 little bars here. Moving on to page number 28. And now we need rubber band. They're all the same size. So we just take one, we twist it, kind of creating a infinity sign. And then we put it onto the shorter portion. And bring the assembly back in. With that large hole, center hole facing towards you, you rotate the gears so the longer portion facing towards you, and we insert let's see, they go into the back first. With the rubber band underneath that circle here, or cylinder here. Let me see. And then we push I think it's 92 or something. That big piece that we push towards the back, we push it towards the front. Or is it the other way around? Let me see. No, that one stays, I think, in place where it was. So we push the sub-assembly, or both of them, towards each other. Not very clear, but we'll figure it out in a second. So we lock these two gears, or sub-assembly, two bars in place. Alright, so we got that, center one, so everything is locked up. We push them together as far as they can go. And let's see, we turn this around, and then back here where all the little gears are at, from that side there's two little holes, and we use part number 100, which is on board number 8, at the top. Right here, right in the middle, almost all the way at the top. We need two 100s, and we push those from the bottom, with the part which is split, through these little holes. And then that thing, the corner facing away from that gear assembly. And I'm pushing it into from the wrong holes, so we need to push these towards, with the arrow towards yourself. Here you go. I think I figured it out. There's holes right here, extra ones. So those are the ones where the 100 goes through. I apologize for that. And that will lock the whole sub-assembly in place. You push it as far as it can go because it's not going to go through the other holes. And now it's sitting right where it's supposed to be. Okay, we're done with page number 28. Sorry about the confusion there. Now we're page number 29. Let's see, we need string. That's a thin nylon string that is provided with the kit. And we need 2 times about 0.25 meters, so it's 25 centimeters. I have my metric one here, 0.25 meter. So that's has to be half a meter. And you got about so it's 25 centimeters. You got 2.5 centimeters in 1 inch. So we're looking at about 10 inches length. So it's 20 inches total length of the string. So I got millimeters marked here on my little green pad. So I don't have a problem, but if you measuring at an inch one, you're looking for about, as I said, 10 inches. Roughly. Total. No, 20 inches total, 10 inch when you bend it. Okay, I'm gonna have a little bit of string left, put it aside. Now we half it. Okay, and I join two ends together so you get a loop at the end, and that loop goes through the hole. Let's see, we turn that large hole in the center away from you, and there's two holes, one on one side, one on the other. So you put it one through the right hole with the loop through. And then, so it sticks out a little bit, and then the other side you bring over from inside the two pieces, two ends, and then you loop it, or you push them through that loop that we just pulled out. And then those two ends, they go into the hole on the opposite side, and then bring it from inside on the inside of the sub-assembly, and then loop it or bring it over the string into the inside of the circle, and then push it out outside like this. So we're page 29, moving on to the page 30. We're not done with our threading. And let me try to figure out what they want us to do here. Got the first proportion, so we're gonna go inside the loop, bring it from underneath on the inside, go through the outside out. Then from outside, which will unwrap it. So we'll just hold the loop here, we'll bring it from the outside over the string and onto the inside through that loop, and just made a nut. see. We'll get it figured out. Pretty much we need to tie a knot there to make sure the string is tight. And my knot didn't work because it doesn't let me pull it all the way in. So I'm gonna untie it right now and try to start from the beginning. Or did it work? Actually, it probably did. So exactly what I did. So I brought it through the loop. I'm just like kind of working it in and out a little bit just to get the string nice and tight. Bring it from inside, loop it over, and through the loop again. Let me see through the manual just a little bit further, how tight we need that. Figure it out. I know I keep on saying it, and alright, let me untie the string. Alright, start from the beginning. So we looped it on one side, which we're okay on. Back on page number 29, we bring it through the hole on the other side. As we bring it in, we tie it up. We go from inside of the string towards the outside and through the loop that we just created. Pull it all the way in so it's nice and tight. Move on to the page number 30. Bring it from the outside towards inside. Kind of keep it tight a little bit and make a loop again. I'm gonna hold the string tight together, so bringing it from outside into inside, creating a small loop, and then we bring the two ends through that loop. Pretty much just creating another knot. And to tie it up, and I'm gonna work it to get it over the other knot. Now the same thing, we're gonna bring it over and make another loop. Just to make sure it's nice and tight. So kind of did 3 loops there. Now last one end. Making it 3 loops. Bring it over. So the point is just to create a nut there to make sure it doesn't untie. I'm looping this thing multiple times around. Get one string in, second one in. And I got a nice loop there. Gonna make another nut and cut these 2 pieces off. All right, and then the second string. Do the same thing on the other side. There's 2 holes, and that's with the second string. Bring it through. Bring the 2 ends from inside. Push it through the loop. Go onto the opposite side. Bring those 2 strings from the top towards the bottom through the hole. And from inside towards the outside through the loop. From inside we go towards the outside in through the loop and push it over. Then bring it over from inside through, from the bottom to the inside, through the loop again. Then one more loop. And I just do kind of like you're tying your shoes twice from the top to lock these nuts in. Let's see if it's gonna work or not, or if I'm gonna have to redo these. Cut the string off excess, and moving on to the page number 31, so we can put this aside for now. I got the 2 strings on there, so looks good. We're page number 31, step 1, part number 71 and 72. They are located on, let's start with board number 5, so that piece where we pulled out 90s, there's 172 on there. Then we need part number 71. And 71 would be found on board number 7. I guess in the centerpiece here. That's 74, 71. Let's look on board number 6. Board number 7 or board number 8. So now let's see, 71s are on board number 7. Right at the center here. Take one out, 72 arch facing up, and 71 will insert on one end from towards yourself from the back. And we need part number 73, which is on board number 8, looks like it. On the bottom here, board number 73. And then one goes with a little tab, with a thick tab. Let's see. Trying to figure out how to put those in. So there's a little opening here. So that opening goes into the part number 72. Kind of corresponding opening. So as you hold it there, you take another 72. And you insert it on the other end of 71. Kind of locking that. I pre-inserted a little bit. Now I stick that part back in with a thick tab on inside. So it goes here, and then you lock the other 72 on there. So that part 73 is kind of hanging, dangling in here, in between. And then we need to put a little bit of wax on those tabs and continue assembling same way all around until you get a nice part. So I'm gonna put all the number 73, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 73s. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 671s. We used 1, so we need 5 more. And 5 more 72s. So there should be, I don't know, they pulled out little inner part of the circle, so from board number 6. And from board number, other side of 6. And we go all around and complete that assembly, and then we're gonna wax it. So another 71, insert it from the back, start on the other one, put a 73 in between with the tab towards inside, thick tab. I like that one in. Just working my way around until I complete the full circle. Last corner. Alright, and now we're gonna go around and wax little tabs. As we're gonna be inserting them into the other assembly, so that's gonna be crucial to make sure that they fit nice. Alright, and now we need 74s, which are on board number 6, a couple of them. We need a total of 6, so 75, sorry, 1, 2, then 2 of them are on board number 5, at this middle circle there, so I put one of the cutouts that we had, 1, 2, and then 2 more on board number 4. Right at the middle here at the center line, and board number 4 is done, so we can get it away from us. It's not, make sure it's not in the way. And then we need parts number 74. Those are on the board number 6 in the center, cut out there. 2 of them, and then on the also on the other 6 at the on the left side there. And the thick tab, we put wax on it. And then number 74s we insert into the little hole on the bottom opposite the tab. So we kind of squeeze it in like this. It doesn't matter which side at this point of time. We push them in as far as they can go, so they sit nice and tight on that. And now we put these little sub-assemblies from step number 4, we put them onto that circular thing, right into part number 71, so there's a hole. And the part number 75 is on the outside. So we're just insert it through the holes. Now the directionality matters. Make sure that part number 75 is on the outside. And after we do that, that's step number 5. We're going to the step number 6, and we need part number 76, which is on board 7 on the bottom. So this is the part number 76 right here. So we push it out, and then take the inner portion out too, because this we already used up all the parts from that. And then this sub-assembly goes right into these little tiny holes on the outside. And part number 73 goes into the holes that are next to them. So we're gonna go start from one side. Kind of engage them first into the holes. Go to the next one. Engage. So you don't want to push it all in right away, just one at a time. Make sure we line everything up first. And as they line up now, we need to push it all the way in. So I'm kind of doing it, pushing it on part number 73, which will engage the full assembly there. And we go all around. Get those completely in, and we're done with page number 31. Moving on to the page number 32, and step number 1, we take that sub-assembly that we did earlier, before, and with that giant loop or giant hole at the top, we'll bring it over. Let's see, we need to make sure that the air is matched. So there's an error on board number 76. So you put it towards yourself and you match it with the error on B4. sample assembly that we just did earlier, and then you engage or connect it into these little outside holes with part number 75. Tap on the top the ones that we're applying a little bit of our wax onto them. And once you engage go all around and squeeze them all together. Okay, and then we need part number 78. Some of it is on board number 6 into the circular that cut out in the center. And then board number 6 on the outside. There's 2 more all the way at the top. 1 and 2. Alright, and those go into the part number 74 through there and into the hole on the B4. So kind of similar that we did on the bottom, just to keep it together. A little bit better connection. And push it all the way in. So we go through all of these. So once again, 78, the tab goes through the hole on the inside here, in between in the hole, through the hole of the part number 74, 75, my bad. And then into that opening slot, and you push it in all the way in, so it locks it in place nice and tight. And we repeat it all around, all 6 of those. Go into the corresponding holes, locking these 2 together even better. And the last one. That's our step number 1. Step number 2, we need parts number 79 and 81. So 79 on board number 8, and there's 6 of them, so it's 3 pairs. They're below horizontal center line, a little bit to the right of the vertical, and then 81s are on board number 7. The bottom circular that we just did, 76, right all around it. So we need 6 of the 81s also. And it is recommended to wax on number 79, these little tabs here, just to make sure that they go through the 81s smoother. And then let's see, with 81, with the longer tab facing towards the outside, you push through these 2 little holes. through. And then you put an 81 on the bottom through it. Just in case that might be rotating, so I'm gonna send the 81 all around. Put a little bit of a wax on them just in case. Actually, I chose to put a wax on them on right below on the bottom of the picture, so good thing we send them down first. I'm going to insert the second 179, so they are in pairs. They're a little tough to get in, so you kind of need to work them in a little bit, and then put the 81 right through the hole, and it's supposed to rotate a little bit through the tab there, just like that. And then we do the 79s every other set. So 1, 2, 3. So again, with a longer tab towards the outside. Once again, you need to work them back and forth a little bit, and make sure you got the wax on all the tabs, like through all the whole thing, top to bottom. Make it easier, much easier to insert it. Then once you put the 81 on, make sure it spins. And then 2 more. Alright, and then we need parts number 80, which are on board number 8, right below the 79s there. 6 of them also. And those, same thing, we need to put a little bit of wax on all these tabs, just to make them, to insert them, make the insertion easier. and then they go into the other 3 sets of holes that are where the parts number 79 went onto that part. So all around, same thing, the tab, longer tab on the outside or towards the outside, and kind of work them in. Into the openings. The other 3 set of holes, every other set. And once we complete that assembly, we move on to step number 4, and we put that nice sub-assembly. Let's see, we need to the large assembly that we've done prior. We need to wax these little tabs. Probably gonna need to get another candle. Not for next assembly for sure. So I put a little bit of wax on these tabs, 4 tabs that are sticking out there. And let's see, we rotate it so the handle is facing towards you. So the handle is facing towards you. And this the sub-assembly with the round hole also facing towards you. We move it over. There's like 4 tabs, 4 holes, and those 4 holes go on those little legs that are sticking out. And we need to move them into the slots to make sure they match. Okay, and squeeze them together. Just make sure that the sub-assembly is sitting nice and tight. These 4 tabs. Should match. And slide right on top. Make sure they're sitting nice and all the way through as far as they can go, and the gears are engaged. All right, so okay, then moving on to the page number 33. Gonna put that aside for now for a sec. And we need part number 12 rubber bands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then we need part number 144, and they're on board number 3. Two of them. And part number 145 on board number 5. They're right here at the center. So we take one rubber band, push it through one slot and through the other slot, and loop it through, just like that. One. Then we take the second rubber band, we push it through this rubber band through the opening, and also loop it through and tie it up. And we do it 3 times. Make sure they're all facing the same direction. You can always fix that. To eliminate the headache, let's do it right from the first time. I'm gonna kind of hold the rubber band so they're not on the way. All 3, and then all these 3, they're gonna go number 145. Ooh. It's through the center holes here on the sides, and then pushed down like this, just like that. Put that one assembly on the side, and then we'll do the same thing on another. On another part, number 144, we're doing the same thing. Once again, if you don't see something, or it's my explanations are not very clear, feel free to send me email or comment under this video, and I will try to get more detailed, as much detailed as I can, in order to help you out. like that, and then 3 of these go through 145. Towards the bottom there. Okay, we got T2 of these sub-assemblies, and now let's see. We need part number 146 there on board number 3. 6 of them. They're on, all the way on the right here. That probably step alright, so this step's going to be very similar to what we did a few pages ago, and let me pull it up. I'll let you know which side. So when we did this little sub-assemblies on page number 27, where you need to twist about 60 degrees in order to insert the tab inside there. So I will apply a little bit of a sandpaper on where the connection points are at to make it go in a little smoother. And the sequence there, let me see if there's a continuation, so I'll just follow the instruction the same way as the shows on there. Page number 34. Okay, so we insert part number 144. There's 2 tabs sticking out, one on each side. Kind of three of those. So we're gonna go through the center. I mean, it doesn't matter from which side you go to, because you will need to push the rubber band through. It's hard to see, but you put that little 144 on top of that triangular tab that is sticking out. It's hard to do too, but this is a step we cannot miss. And as you put it through, we need to get the rubber bands kind of like away from. You need to rotate it about 60 degrees, which will bring the openings up in between those 3 tabs, and you need to insert the 146 in there. Hard to see, hard to do, but it's totally doable. So you got 1, 2, and then 3 in the back there. I'm gonna pull the rubber bands a little bit to the side so they're not on the way. And insert it all the way in. So we got one side done, and then the other side, once again, it's the same thing. Take 144, you put it onto this 3 little on the sub-assembly that is sticking out. The directionality doesn't matter, so you just insert it on there, push it down as far as it can go, and then you rotate it, because it's gonna have to go like into the little opening once you put it all the way down, and you rotate it about 60 degrees, which will bring that triangle over to the side where you can insert part number 146. Then you can wiggle a little bit 144 just to make sure that you get 146 in there all the way in. I'm gonna try to show. So as you can see, it's sticking out right here right now. I insert it into the hole and then I push it all the way in. So it's supposed to lock in there. It's hard to get the fingers in there too, but all right, we're done with page number 33. Moving on to the page number 34, and then we take the other end through in between, like through the center of the mill that we got. All the way up. So kind of need to work it with your fingers, make sure you don't break anything. I guess I should call my son with his small fingers to push it through, but or I'll try to work it out myself. So I need to bring that part all the way through. I'm going to turn it upside down. Use a tool or something. Here we go. Kind of need a little something more, and bring it all the way through on top. Go in between the string that we just made earlier. Oops, do not let it go because it snaps right back where you don't want it, because you can't reach it there. Second time should be easier. All right, hold it tight, bring it in between the strings, and put the strings into the loops there. Just like that, it's supposed to hold that part there. And then we do the same thing on the other side. In between the strings, hopefully you guys can see it. And let it hang on there. Okay, so now it's done. So these two rubber bands are on the strings. You know, maybe my strings are not too tight, but they're hanging on there, so we're good to go. We'll see later on if we're gonna need to troubleshoot it and make them tighter. All right, put that sub-assembly on the side. That's a huge mill. And then we go into right side of page number 34. We need two parts number 102 and 4 101s. They're on board number 3. 101s on the top left here. And 102s on the bottom left, right here. And now with the round cutouts towards the outside, put those into 102. Make sure they all match the same shape, because it's a little off center, so you don't want it to You want them to be all the same, facing the same direction. And I kind of started them in, and then put the other one or two on the other side. Now, the tough part is to get into those holes. But once you get them in, should be able to squeeze it all together. Nice little part here. Make sure they're all the way in. And moving on to the page number 35, kind of put it aside. And we need parts number 103, 104, and 105. So 103 is on board number 3. It's right at the center here, a long piece. 105 and 104 is going to be on board number 6. So 104 at the top. And 105 at the bottom. .105 probably doesn't matter. 105. So if I'm holding 103, 105 is going to go on the left, and 104 is going to go on the right. And then we put 107, which are on board number 5. I'm sorry. No, 107 is not on board number 5. I apologize. Or did they mean part number 17? No. Or yes. No, because it's 4. So it is 107, and 107 is going to be on board number 3. It's on the left side here, right at the center. And then 106. And 106 is also on board number 7. Or 3 on the bottom here, sorry. Alright, so we get 107. We need to sand it down a little bit on the outside, the connection points, and we put a little bit of wax on it. And then we take also these little extensions and we send these down, just a couple runs through, and we put a little bit of wax on that too. And we put 107 all the way in. Just need to line these up a little bit. All the way to the end. And then 106 goes right up front. You put it on, and then you twist it about 60 degrees to the side. Now we need parts number 121 and 121 are located on board number 3, right in the middle here. Right below the center, right on the horizontal, or on the vertical center. And let's see, we send this tab down a little bit. And put a little bit of wax on the outside. Onto that surface that we just sent it. Alright, and now there's a little mark on the outside here, a little slot. So that slot goes towards you on the outside, and that's how we insert those in there. And push it as far as they can go. Gonna stick out just a little bit. And we put it aside. Now we need two parts number 108. They're on board number 7. Let's see. We're actually in a little cutout there. So 108 here, bottom left. Take our large sub-assembly, and where the arrow is at, we insert those into little holes here. On the outside, just like this. Let me see if you guys, no, you can't see it, apologize. Just like this, put them in here, and that's the way I inserted them, just like that. And then we bring them up, both of these. Let me see if we need to, and push them in. And part number 109, which is on board number 5 in the bottom, which we have a cutout piece laying around, so 109. That goes into these little openings and right into the holes. As far as it can go. Moving on to the page number 36. We need part number B3, we have that one. Alright, so that's a tough one. Gonna be hard to show. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna put that aside right now. So take blades, we put it through the center here, and we put B4 or B3, that little gears thing, right through it. Then the next, take the little sub-assembly that we just created, and with these holes away towards the center, we put it in the middle here somehow, and push that rod through them too. Gotta push it outside a little bit. Now we take a second B3 and we insert it towards the back of that, closer to the other hole, and then push it in further. Now we need two parts number 107, and they're on board number 3. So 107 is right here at the top. Push one out, and at this center, a little above the center line here, push that one out, I'm gonna sand it down, both of those, on the outside. And then put a wax on them on the outside also. I'm putting a little bit of a wax. Sorry, probably can't see everything, but that's why I'm going through what I'm doing. And then they also go through that rod, or onto that rod. One. And two. And next, push it in further. I guess as far as it can go now. Now part number 110, which is also on board number 3, at the top here. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna also sand just in case. I'm not sure the functionality of it yet, but I'm gonna sand the outside and put a little bit of wax on the outside. That goes over that at the end. And then 111, 3 of them, they're on the bottom of the board number 3, 3 gears there. So those gears, nothing more on the board number 3, so I'm gonna toss it to the side. And I'm gonna apply a little bit of wax on the gears first, because once again they're engaging. Then I'm putting those gears at the end of that rod. They don't go as easy, which is good. Now make sure you kind of engage with the other gear. Probably need to get them lined up. They're tight to put on, but they go on easy. And we got it on there. Alright, so it does twist the gear a little bit. Now we move it to the side. And moving on to the page number 37. Now, on page number 37, we need part number 123, and they're all on board number 9. Part number 123, it says number 1 on there. And let's see, the step 1 is push it over, and then step 2 is to lock it in. So I'm gonna move that over here. And step 1 is, I don't know if you can see it, but I'm putting it over on one of the blades and pushing it all the way down, and then push it towards the back there into the slot. And then we repeat that with 124 through 125, through 141. So 124. Make sure the number facing you. $125. facing towards the top of the number. 125, and then push it into the slot. 126, 127, 128, 29. Once again, there are numbers, so it's going to be easier. 130. Thank you, UGears, for that. 131, 132, 133, 134, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. All right, we're number 3, number 4. Kind of hard for you to see, guys. Sorry about that. And we have a specific, or not much distance to work with. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18 and 19. And 19. And now we got part number 142, which is on board number 6. They're long, kind of looking piece in there. There are 2 of them together. Kind of broke it off a little bit to get it out. There you go, there's 2. Just split them in half. Make sure you don't split them. I'm gonna use a X-Acto knife to get them cut. Okay, and then you apply a little bit of a sandpaper connection points just to make sure you get it nice and smooth. And you put a little bit of a wax along the full length of that. And now that goes into the assembly that we just made through the top hole here. Let's see if I can insert it one at a time. And as you get to each one of those, not sure if you can see it. Kind of need them to put them where they're supposed to be, and keep on moving it, pushing this through till you get all the way to the end. Sorry for my hands being on the way. And then I'm going to use the tool to push it all the way down. Let me see if it gets through all the way to number 1. And looks like it did. Let me see if I'm just trying to push it in to see. If it actually went all the way back. Alright, and then we lock it with number 143 at the end. With a little mark towards the inside, just like this, and you got one set completed, just right here. So now I'm going to need to repeat that 4 more times. F142. To get the wings out. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Guess that's why it says 15 hours. Is guess you got to do that repetition work. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Alrighty, and we're doing the same thing, number facing towards you. Is that number facing towards the top as you insert it, or towards the outside of the wing. 12 right now. Sorry for being quiet, it's just a repetition work that I'm doing. And I just mixed it up a little bit. No, I didn't. 15, 16 inches. 15 and 16, they look alike. $17, 18, 19, and now 142. Make sure the little wings are sitting in the slots, otherwise you're not going to be able to push the 142 through. And then lock it up with 143 with a little mark towards the inside or towards the mill, just like that. All right, and then we continue further. To the next one. I got one extra there. Accidentally. Alright, and then we'll do the same thing on the next one. So we got 2 more to go. And we want to make sure that all the numbers are facing the same direction, which is towards the outside, so you can read them from this direction. Well, at least that's what I'm doing. And 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 1 to work. And we need number 142 again. And I can discard of that board. Let's see. Got the connection points. And cut in between the connection points in between. Use a little bit of sandpaper. Since I'm here, I'm gonna do both of these. And put a little wax on that. Alright, and now push it through just like the other ones. Set them in the proper slots. And push it all the way in. And then lock it up with the last piece, 143. And we got one more last one to go. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8 fell out earlier. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and the lock-up piece, 20. All right, one last one. One, two, three, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, and then we insert at 142. All the way through and lock it up with 143. Okay, so that completes our page number 37. Moving on to the page number 38. We're going to put our sub-assembly on the side for now. Alright, so we need parts from board number 8. And that's 114 right here and 115. And part number 17 from board number 5. Or 7, sorry. Wait. No. It says bug number 120. No, that's not the one. The 17 should be, let's see, on board. There should be one left on board number 5. And we can discard board number 5. Send that 17 down. And apply a little bit of wax on the outside. And then make sure you match the one UGears mechanical models, and from the bottom you put those in the 117, and then insert 116, which is also on same board number 8. Insert it into the third hole, just like that. Now we'll lock it up with step number 3 with port number 117, which is on the top left corner of board number 8. I'm going to also send this down and apply a little bit of wax. It goes on the top. And then we need parts port number 113 and 112. 113 is at the top here, and 112 is a little gear, top right corner. And that we apply a little bit of wax on inside on these little tabs. So I'm gonna use the helping tool. There's a little bit of wax. Put a little wax on there and put them on the tabs. And then we insert 1/12 right inside there. Kind of like pushing these on the side. Splitting these gears apart and kind of squeezing it in. So it spins right inside there. And let's see. And that goes into there's a little hole, I guess, in the bottom one. If we rotate it 60 degrees. We insert it into UGears facing to the right. We're inserting with the arrow point towards the center into that slot. As far as it can go. And then we take two parts 118, which is also on board number 8. And we put those into the other two slots as far as they can go. Help with the tool if needed. Alright, liking the whole thing together. And now we need parts number 119 and 120. 119 is also on board number 8 at the top here. And 120 was on board number 7, and now left right in the middle there. I'm gonna put a little bit of a wax on 119 on the gears, and then 120 send it down. And a wax on the outside. And that goes on the bottom here, 119, and then locks it up with 120. And that gets installed. Let's see, we're on page 39 now. That gets installed. With the UGears facing towards the, oh, it doesn't matter. So we do 2 tabs. They're gonna go into the parts that are already installed on there. These two guys. I'm not sure if you can see it. So these two gonna go into the 2 tabs here. Not sure if you can see it or not. But I have UGears facing towards the front right now. Just like that. UGears should clear it. That's was our step number 1. Step number 2, we need parts number 122, and we need 10 of them. So they're all on board number 7. Well, not all, but we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 of them are on board number 8. 7, 8. And 2 of them were on a cutout or a center portion of one of the wheels on board number 7. Makes it 9 and 10. So these parts, they go into these openings right here with a loop towards the top. Squeeze it in. Rotate it in, push it in, and then insert it into that gear at the top. And we repeat it 10 times. Try to make sure that you guys see what I'm doing here. Insert it, turn it, lift it up a little bit, push it in, and then insert it into the hole. Two more. Hope you guys can see it. Once again, last step, put it in, turn it, push it in, lift it up a little bit so it doesn't get stuck there, and then insert it into the hole at the top gear. Here we go. So I guess I didn't need the, so this one's supposed to spin the little arrow on the top, should spill freely. And we're done with page number 39. Moving on to the page number 40, and here we need some strings. We need about 1/3 of meter, which is 30 centimeters, which is roughly about 12 inches. So I'm gonna 24 inches because we need double that. So I need 60, which I don't have enough length here, so I'm gonna need 2 double. Let's see, 30. Alright, so we go right on the bottom here, one of the wings, loop it, kind of twist it, towards the back. So we go from the front. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. Yes. And the bottom piece towards the top. Kind of twist it. Bring it over towards the front. Let me bring the manual here so I can see, and I move that a little bit to the side like this, towards the top. Then we bring those all the way to the top. Let's see, my hands are on the way, and right underneath the first, bring it down, right, just like this. So I'm not sure if you can guys see it, but the string's gonna go that way. And then we'll loop it around. Oops. Make a loop, just like that. And then on the other one. Two loops. And we make a knot in the back. And then you cut off. I'll make a double knot on there to make sure that it doesn't unwind. Maybe even triple. And we cut off the excess. Hopefully you guys did there. And so we got a nice string right here on the top, kind of holding all these parts together. For some reason it only tells us to do it on one. But I recommend to do it on all three. Oh, I did it with the wrong. I did it with a thread, but you're supposed to do it with a linen thread, not the nylon thread that I did it with. So good thing it's easy to take off. Okay. linen thread. Hopefully I don't need a longer length of the regular thread there. Alright, we got plenty of that. And I'm gonna put it aside. Make a 4 times. Four threads, about 24 inches. Guess it will look better with the linen thread. Now we repeat the same thing as what I did with the nylon thread. We repeat it with the, push it back a little bit, or maybe I can lay it down flat so you guys can see it. So bring it towards the back, loop it in the back, or twist it in the back. And then bring these two, not sure if you guys can see it, bring it here, and then put them in the back under the first one, and then loop them. And then on the back I'm just going to make a knot. To tie it up. So then I repeat it for all 4 blades towards the back. Twist there, towards the top, under the first one, loop it, and then tie in the back. Two more. And the last one. From wrong side, towards the back. doing in the back is just gonna cut them off, the excess. Make sure it doesn't stick out. And what I would do in the end probably is, because the loops are still, I would probably put it like a drop of glue at that thread or knot, just to make sure it doesn't get untied later on. Okay, and now we got nice threads on there, as you guys can see it. Moving on to the page number 41, and I got 30, a little less I guess, but it should work. We need part number 168, and 168 is on board number 9. Tie a little loop around that sandbag, I guess, or whatever bag it is. Couple knots. I'm gonna cut off the excess. Actually, just keep it on there, that's fine. And then that goes, let's see, on the top. I'm a bit confused there. Let me look at the manual. I'm trying to figure out where it needs to go. So we need to go through the side. Let's see. it needs to go through the top here. Alright, I think I figured it out. Alright, so that thread are actually too short. So the other piece, actually I got a piece left, which is about what we need. So I'm gonna redo that bag. So I'm doing a little baggy thing. Finish it up almost at the end. So as you can see, we're like almost at the last page, or are at the last page at this point of time, but alright, got a little baggy, and we're on page number 41. So we go back, the thread goes in between the tower here to the second barrel, to this barrel right here. So somehow I need to get it there. Maybe we'll do this. I'm not sure if that, I think that sand piece is just a decorative unit, but we'll just follow the manual all the way through. So I'm pushing, or trying to push this thread through. Or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna twist it the other side, put it on the other side, and I'm gonna put the baggie through there, through the middle. Like this. So the bag is hanging on the opposite side. We're on this side with the thread. And now, according to the manual, we bring that through this gear assembly, through the top. Just like this. Now we need to loop it and tie it up. So we just need to make a knot there pretty much. Just to tie it up onto the gear. Just loop it through and make a couple knots in there to make sure it stays. All right, we got that. So the knot is on here, and the back is on the side. Move it on the side for now. We're on page number 42, and we need to assemble Don Quixote and Sancho Panchas. Step number 1, we need 147. 148. They're on board number 8. Yeah, I'm just wondering now, I have a lot of port number 55 left. I'm wondering if I missed it somewhere. So we need numbers 148, we need 4 of them. And we insert it through these center ones. In the front, or back and front. And then we need 149, 152. 149. So they're going to be on board number 8. And 152 is on the front leg. And 149 is the back leg. I'm not going to put it all the way in. And then 150, 151 on the other side. So 151, that's a front. And 150 is the back. Then we need number 148 again. Through his body here. And then 154 and 153. 155 is the base for Don Quixote. And 154. And then 155. Now, let's do 156 first. And that goes into the hole here. And we'll set them into the 155. Alright, Alright, he's ready. And then the last piece of the puzzle, 157 for number 48s. Front and back legs. And let's see, 164, 163. 163 is the front, 164 is the back. Uh, 165 and 166. On board number 8. $158 and 148. Through the back one is 158, then 148 through the bottom one here, center, and we need 160 and 169, 159, sorry, and 160. 160 goes in the back. Now 162, another 148, the last one, to that hole here. Didn't go very well. Here we go. And 162, or 161 on one side and 162 on the other side. And then back, 162 in the front. 161 on the back, and then all that goes into 157. And that's it, we're done with these guys. And the last page, make a little baggies if you want to. Might want to fill it in with the sand or something, but I'm not going to go through this. I think you can figure these out, the steps 1, 2, 3, 4 with the little bags. I'll need to find a little bit sand maybe to fill them in with. So you just kind of like wrap it around, maybe clay or something, and then tie it up, make it nice little baggies. And let's see, and now the operation. So the step number 1, we make sure get the bag rotating the gears. Not sure if you can see it, so you rotate this to get that bag all the way on the top. Not sure for a real purpose of it. Then we make sure that the lever on the front here is all the way to the top. Let's see if everything works. And now we need 1520 revolutions, 360 degrees. Of the body. Let's say 1. Go with number 2. So you can see I'm twisting this 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Let's stop at 19, or let's do 20. Fine. 20 revolutions, and then you unlock it. And nothing happened. Alright, let's try it again. To the center. A little burst somewhere. So the main point that I'm spinning the base, as I'm spinning the base to unwind it, you can see that the blades are spinning. So alright, I unwind it completely, and let's do 20 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So I wound it up 18 times. Now I open it and it spins both. The blades are spinning by on their own, and then as I wound it, they also catch on. And spin. And I believe this is the way it's supposed to operate. So as you can see, as I'm unwinding it, obviously we need to play around with it a little bit because friction in the gears, and eventually 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 should be enough. And then both the base is supposed to rotate and the spin the blades. So I'm not sure if you can see it. Just like that. So as the base rotating, it's spinning the blades. There's a little bit of a friction, so it's not unwinding completely right away. But if you give it a little push, it should go further. And eventually, because of the friction and maybe not enough wax that I put on there, it will keep on locking up until you play with it about 20-30 times. So that completes our assembly. All done. Yeah, unfortunately I can't fit it into the picture, but this is our Windmill. If you have any questions, go ahead and put them down in the comment section, or send me email at info@ugears.us. Once again, replacement parts policy, so if you purchase the part from me, there's no charge. I'll ship it from US warehouse, or I can ship it, if you purchased it elsewhere, I can ship it from anywhere, from the manufacturer, who is located in Ukraine, which normally takes about 3 to 4 weeks delivery, or for a small fee of $350 I can ship it from US warehouse. Once again, it's only if you purchased the model elsewhere. Thank you for watching. Once again, let me know if there's any questions or comments, and I'll see you guys next time.